everybody. Figure I'd come back for a little bit. Probably won't be on for that long. I mean, famous last words, right? But I didn't get to talk about as much as I wanted to earlier. Um, Even though it's 5 in the morning, 1:54 a.m. California time. Well, it is 4:54 Indiana time. Let's see. Get my lip balm stuff. I don't want to put like actual dark gloss on because I hate. Don't you hate how your lipstick and stuff gets all over like your drink? And I hate that. So gross. It just doesn't. It changes the. I don't know. It makes the drink taste weird to me, or it's just not the same. I know it's weird, but come on. I know I have. I'm seriously using my makeup. Well, my main items. Like I have a bunch of makeup, but my main items that I use usually daily are in a bag right now from when I went to Tennessee, just like a plastic bag. And I thought I put this lip balm in here, but oh yeah, there it is. It's actually a lip mask, but it's more like yeah. And did you see that I used that as my thumbnail? And I changed my I tried the best I could to change my YouTube, I guess a banner, I guess it would be called. Xenon. Here, I'll show you. It just sucks because I can't get it all, like all the things in there, all the signs. I changed around one side that sign that, well, the thumbnail has your original because it looks like better, but I changed out one sign. Maybe you could just make a, maybe you'll, since you probably have that, you could switch around 2 signs for me, you know what I mean? Because I don't know what you use to make that, I don't have that, here, I'll show you in 1 second. Um, and I'm talking to Esther because she made it, I thought it was so funny. She's just a comedian. She's seriously, like, very funny. Like, I imagine in real life that she's just, like I don't even know, like, absolutely hysterical because even through text, she's hilarious. Just like Melissa, I still call her Melissa but cracking asses. Where the hell is my other brushes? God, I'm so disorganized. Anyway, okay. This is what I'm talking about my YouTube banner. For those that saw the thumbnail, I thought it was so awesome. See, Esther, how I made this one right here, Free Athena? it won't like let it all of it won't fit. So I don't know, but I can tell by you can tell like I blurred it, but you can still see like where I added, where I placed it on there. I thought I fixed it and brought this down further, but I don't know. Maybe you can fix it and switch the like when this is put up on somebody's TV, they can see the whole picture. And there was a free Athena picture sign in the back. It's still there. So two of them have free Athena, but figured, well, you can't really see it on most desktops and phones. So really cute. Thank you so much. You can edit it. Okay, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, just edit so this one says that one says free Athena. Um, any apps you use? I use Canva, but since she made, I don't know what she used to make that one, but um, Canva is really awesome. You can make it long and thin. It's about to say I hate the long and thin ones, but in this instance, yeah, that would work. I think it's I don't know how to. I tried to do that too. I tried to use. I don't know. You can try. Hey, XX country. Oh, you just made it in Paint. How'd you get that? How did you get that picture? Did you just take that picture off the internet or something? How did you get? How did you? How would you do that then? I can't find my regular face brush, so I'm just using this. Sounds jabby. Sounds pointy. Actually, I don't like any of them. So long, thin, short, fat, long. Ew. Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna say that. Seriously. So earlier I got to talking about um we were talking about the Summer Wells case, obviously, and the reward fund. I'm not going to talk much about the reward fund, at least I don't think so right this second, because we talked about it earlier. And I pretty much said how I feel about hypocrites. And also, but I do want to just say one more time for those that hear, Hugh Carlock's not like in any trouble at all. Neither is any of those other defendants. Just to save Churchill's ass. So later on, any of the people who donated don't try to come and sue them. It's just legality, I guess. Hey, Blue. Police, I can pull them. What? Sounds like a guy you dated in 2015. Oh, you just edited the signs? The long email. maybe I should go ahead and pull that up. Not what on here. I won't pull it up on here so that, but I'll pull it up so I don't forget. I'm doing a switch in email, so haven't been in this my older email much, but let me pull that up so I don't forget. Also, I need to remember too. I'm gonna set a date. This live for Barbie's fundraiser because her son passed away, and I know for a fact it happened, and I'm the one that offered. I know I said I wasn't going to be doing like those type of fundraisers where I raise money for somebody besides, charities and stuff through YouTube because but in this case like I offered a while ago when her son first passed away because I thought, it would be horrible to, especially since her son lived with her and helped pay the bills and stuff. But even without that, even when you're going through grief and you don't, you're depressed and you really can't focus on anything and you don't feel like working and stuff. I just don't want her stressing about other things, like financial stuff, because that's always like everybody's big worry. And when we're depressed, the first thing that usually, in our life that kind of is ruined or put on the back burner is our finances, and that stuff usually goes to shit because you can't get out of bed. You don't want to get out of bed, and the last thing you want to do is go deal with or go into work really. So I do want to help her. It was my idea. She didn't ask at all. Actually, she has not even been, pressuring me. Um, or been like, when are we going to do this or at all. So even though I told her that I wanted to help her, it was a couple months ago. So, but I just like to stick when I tell somebody I'm going to do something, I have to do it. I'm one of those people that feel like your word is your bond, and if you tell somebody you're going to do something, then you should stick to it. No, like so I'm going to do it. Let's see. Okay, so the email from Trinity, searching your name. I have a bunch of emails it looks like from you, but which one was it? What was the is it okay if I hold on. It's okay if I read it out loud or not. I don't know. Let me see here. If I can see here. Yeah, I feel like I should always like I feel like people should follow through with their promises. Hey, we Scottish Mall. I passed and I've been battling breast cancer. Yeah. Who, lyrics? You saw me? I tried to explain what the court case is. No one wanted to hear it, but you get it. Oh, you said I tried to explain what the court case is. No one wanted to hear. I know they want to turn it into something more than it is, I'm sure, because it's more exciting, but it's not anything exciting. She put out a statement she wants somebody to go to whoever comes forward in Summer's case. Um, okay, I can read it. Okay, because I don't know which one it is, but but oh, okay, lyric. Are you sure that what are you sure that I was really like paying attention? Because sometimes I go in and say hi and then I kind of walk away and I'm not like really paying attention and then I come back and I say something and if I remember right, I don't think I didn't stay too long. I mean, I think I have my computer it open, but I don't think I really stayed for very long. As far as right at the computer typing. Sometimes I'm, listening and doing something else or whatever. Yeah, but it just yeah, don't take it personally because that I always feel bad when I can't message back to everybody. So now I just like tell everybody, "Hey everyone." and then I don't and I want to start typing everybody's name individually, but like I feel bad missing somebody, so I feel it's better to say, "Hey, everyone," instead of just saying hi to, picking everybody's names. But if somebody asks me a question and I try to answer, and if I didn't answer, then I probably was not at the computer because I would have answered if I saw it. I promised it wasn't on purpose. Hey, Miss Mandy. Um, right. Yeah, exactly, Sir Me. When people say life goes on, yeah, for them it does. Easy for them to say, right? Well, thank you, Blue. I just sometimes I know how it feels though to sometimes feel like you're like somebody's. I've done the same thing. I've fought message somebody like over and over in the chat, and it's like, are they ignoring me? And it feels like they're talking to everybody else, and then accept you. Just like, am I blocked? And so then I'll say something to somebody else, and I'll say, and they'll respond. It's like, okay, I'm not blocked. Um, I remember thinking that Justin was ignoring me. I could have sworn I kept like saying in the chat like over and over again. And people kept trying to even get his attention. Then when I asked him about it, he's like he swore he wasn't ignoring me, but I don't know. But I don't think he would purposely. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he was just messing with me. Um so you just want to say we're a lot alike, both being Pisces. Oh, you're Pisces? Yeah, I'm definitely for sure a Pisces. You do a ton of research? Okay, well, I have something all those people out there that are really good at research, and this is going to take some like real research. Like it's not going to be easy because if it was easy, I wouldn't need help with it. But I'll give you guys a research assignment here in a second. Remind me to tell you guys. Um, my channel is on many things. However, when it comes to cover-ups and crimes against humanity, my heart it still burns for truth, sovereignty. I can't even say the word and healing. I believe we can be their change we want to see. I'm very proud of you. I can tell your heart's in the right place and you have courage. Oh, that's really sweet. Hope my links make sense. I'm doing research into many things that have you halted with so many signs that make you want to find answers. Yeah, I know how that is. I get like that, but then I'll spend hours and hours on something, and I mean, just all day trying to find the answer. I mean, I'll get eventually burnt out, but I mean, I'll wake up and sometimes I'll start all over again. You get a ton of emails. Yeah, fresh eyes are good and important. That's why I was gonna say, that's why when I ask people, like when I come to you guys and ask like for help with finding something, um, it's something that's gonna be difficult because I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm pretty good at research. So, and it's gonna be difficult. And I really so it's not something like that's gonna be super simple that you can just like Google or find through a quick like search on Facebook. I use everything. So I am gonna need help into something because we need to look into something that I just I that I you know how I mentioned earlier that I contacted TBI yesterday, which by the way, somebody was telling me that there was somebody in someone's chat saying that they were gonna call TBI to get my phone call or something, is what somebody told me. Since when can we call since when can anybody call TBI or email them and ask for a phone call into the tip line or an email sent to the tip line? If that were if that were the case, oh my gosh, I feel like we could solve this. I feel like we that would be like the biggest if we could get all the tips that go into the tip line, the Summer Wells tip line, and emails that go in there, all the audio they get sent, all the everything. I mean, oh my god, we'd be overwhelmed. But if we could, can you imagine that'd be like awesome? Why does anybody feel that like seriously feel that entitled that they think they can call TBI or the tip line, call the tip line or email the tip line and think that we can just request somebody's tip or info that they're turning in. And there's a reason too why they allow people to call anonymously. You can't just like that's so weird. Why would I did I was really like surprised that when somebody told me that, I was like, no. Nobody really seriously thinks that they could just like it's not like the Free Information Act. That's different. Um, hey Scott, please try to find out who said that I can turn them into a big top clown. What? Who said that? So what's your channel, Trinity? Is it called Trinity TV and Podcast? I do have a video up here that I want us to kind of listen to together. I was trying to wait to see if I could get permission to play it on here because I figure maybe we could just play the audio if I don't hear back from them here soon. I know it's like in the middle of the night or morning, whatever you want to look or whatever you want to call it. So Trinity TV, at your YouTube. Oh my gosh, you need to shorten your YouTube name. Is it seriously Trinity Red or Blue Pill Hi Ho Kermit the Frog here? It's that whole thing? I feel like the shorter the YouTube name, the better, because people find it easier. Trinity. That's crazy. That's like the longest. That says 2. Does it have a 2 at the end? Oh, that's okay. Aw, baby bunnies. I'll share the channel. Aw, you're really pretty. Yes, yeah, it looks like you like well, it looks like you have a lot of interest. What's a pink moon? Does that have something to do with let's see here. The says it's cute that you love your threes and I see fours everywhere. Oh, I see threes everywhere. 333. It started about I'm serious. It started like 5 years ago, 5, 6, maybe longer than 5 years ago. I noticed like before I didn't know what it was, but it kind of freaked me out because I would always see 333. And then after a while of that happening for a long time, like I looked it up and I saw that 333 was kind of well, the site I looked on, it can kind it's a good thing. It's not anything it's definitely a good thing. It's like basically you're on the right path or whatever. You're doing the right thing. So whatever you're doing at that time, just like keep doing that. But what was funny about that, it kind of just when I looked that up and saw that that was what it was, I was like, "Oh my god, this is like so true," because it was right around the time when I really started changing my life around. So it probably would have been longer than 5 years ago, really. Um, and when I was making like positive changes in my life, you're getting dick and injured. What? Okay, so the email bot runs extremely deep is the one that you're saying I should read. You said your angel number 333 symbolizes encouragement and making the correct choices in life. Yep. And in terms of relationships, if you see this number, that may indicate that it's time for you to make essential changes and choices in your love life. Yep. When I first started seeing that, that probably would have been true at that time. Yeah. My 444. So see, she says seeing 444 is a sign that one should keep faith, that the angels are watching over one. They have taken it on themselves to guide one to a brighter future. If one sees this number, especially if it recurs, it is an indication that one should give up all doubts on issues related to ambitions and act decisively. The link below is from my channel. It's when I first was learning how to edit, slowly improving. Has a setback with my parents. I've have a has a setback with my parents. I've in my best cancer diagnosis, so my channel took a huge backseat. Oh, how to sit back with your parents. Okay. And your cancer diagnosis. Wow. The link below gets really interesting after the first part with Cappy. Cappy, you mean Isaac Cappy? I hit on the truth on conspiracy of silence and what happened daily to runaways at Boys Town, Omaha, Nebraska. Source was in legislation trying to help the young whistleblowers that were silenced and said that they were, of course, unreliable and liars. This is what they do to keep victimizing the victims. You're welcome to share this or any of my videos that help. I'm not in the category of true crime, however, I'm in the masses to stop being victimized. I try to wake up those asleep and get them realizing the mind control, hypnosis, and help empower humanity to evolve and find love, unity, peace, and wake up the child inside that was told to shut up and sit down. Life and time is precious, and I believe we are in this world and not of it. Our mission is is helping this world recognize what it should be and for everyone to be the change. I'm terrible at promoting myself because I live to serve and let others shine. Yeah. Um, that's like my biggest I think my biggest, not goal, but dream, I guess, would be to be able to help others, like, as far as being a be in a spot, like, financially where I could help others, just, like, freely. I would love to do that. I love just, like, helping people and just seeing them, just light up and it make their day. It's just I don't know, I just love it. Said, remember to never underestimate the power of kindness. Thank you for helping the voiceless and victims." So, let's see, which one were you talking about that had, oh, you had your link to your channel at the bottom of this. Link below gets very interesting. So which one are you talking about? Is it the human trafficking one about that you're talking about? Are you saying Isaac Cappy? You would almost always look at the clock right at 3:33 and AM and 3:33 PM. Then I decided that I just have an extremely acute awareness. I thought maybe that was it too. I'm like, is it something like in my brain that's just like knows when to look at the time? You know what I mean? I thought about that too. Been down that rabbit hole on Cappy? Yes. I used to watch him when he was still alive, and it was so crazy, guys. Like, oh my god. When I was watching him, was it right um before he passed? And when all that stuff went down. So it was really strange. He was all freaked out about he was super freaked out and scared. And next thing you know, he was just scared that he's like, I done a really bad thing, and he swore it didn't have anything to do with children, um, but he never told anybody, and he was like scared. I thought maybe he would have like left a note or something. So he used to go. So you know how I've mentioned that I used to go on Periscope. That's where he used to stream at was Periscope. Hey, Skilo. Which one was the one that has Cap? Isaac Cappy in it. I wish I wish they had all his streams from. Oh, yeah, this isn't one I saw of him, but hold on. I'll share it. I'd like to find his last like periscopes. They're probably on YouTube somewhere, but you guys would probably find them interesting. I don't know if they'd have the whole ones though. I wish there was like a Wayback Machine for all the Periscope videos that were done, so I could find his Periscope lives that he did right before he jumped off that bridge or was pushed off or whatever happened to him. It got caught on somebody's camera though. It's just crazy. Let's see what this is real quick. I'll watch just a few minutes of it.
Ban people to pick other people, right? Guys, Epstein is the royals. Epstein is the Clintons. People in Israel too, and some people in the UK. It's the worldwide network. If you pull the Epstein out, it all comes tumbling down. 100%. Yes, ma'am. Jeffrey Epstein is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the streets to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record seal. They're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh boy. Maroni's got a whole Mossad matrix in America. And I will bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right, it's Ken Bald as well. And all this not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton, and Epstein is Katie, and Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon is going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember that. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also.
Okay, so those who I'm gonna play this a little bit longer, but those who do not know who Isaac Cappy is, like he was just like a what would you say, a D-list actor or something? I don't know. B-list. I don't know what it's called, but just not like he wasn't like super famous or anything. But anyways, what he's talking about, this is before like Jeffrey Einstein got arrested and everything. He's sitting here, he's calling out all the people that he said he's witnessed, like these people, many of these actors and stuff like, involved in child trafficking and messing around with little kids. And he called all of them out. That's why a lot of people thought that he was killed. And it was a cover up because he was calling out. Tom Hanks was like a main one that he was calling out right before he passed. And there was like a post on Tom Hanks, I think it was Twitter, that it was just very like odd considering it was like right after Isaac Cappy had unalived himself. It said something about roadkill or something like that. And it was just weird because I think Tom Hanks was probably pretty aware that Isaac Cappy had been saying these things about him, and it was just, like, really weird timing. So Lift the Veil's one that, talked about Cappy. Yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit longer, because it is actually really interesting. Hey, Emma. I had to think for a second. Do you think it's did it what you said about, law enforcement calling in Jody Sue, do you think that do you the person that told you that, are they really credible, or how do I kinda rate people, like, information I get, like, I kinda rate them like, on a 1 to 10 type scale, like you know what I mean? Like, if one side is not believable at all, and then 10's, like, 100% believable. What do you think? You give out false info? Really? I didn't hear anybody say that, but who was live 6 hours yesterday? Yeah, he talked about Illuminati and stuff like that. Oh, Jody Sue? Oh, that's nothing. That's child's play for her.
Also, Prince Andrew. Epstein is also. Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Italian singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yeah, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Durst was there too. See, here's something that really made a kind of weird epiphany to me today, is when I figured out that Gabe Hoffman lives in West Palm Beach, Florida, and is an investor in West Palm Beach, Florida, and had a documentary about this guy, running singer. Well, is this guy a singer Epstein as well? Well, then maybe setting up a little play for this guy, running singer. Maybe they didn't bring him down to where the real shit was happening. They always had a ball guy to think about. That's kind of where my mind's going. Prove your own. Prove your own. What about Alex Jones? Who else is Epstein funding? The guy was friggin' loaded, and there's accounts in the Cayman Islands. Plus, if you got paymasters, if you got people that will pay and do your dirty work for you, like 7 on patriotic Americans. Well, what about that? By the way, I got a call today from somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. It was the best, guys. It was a very good call. Things are happening all over the world. Oh yes, some things are happening all over the world. By the way, may I remind you that scientist that was busted in Portland just a couple of days or maybe a week ago was busted for producing CP, and he is wandering away from Epstein. That's right, Epstein. Pull it out. Pull it like a thing off the bottom. Pull that motherfucker out. And everything all falls down. Prove me wrong. You see, Epstein is so many things and so many people.
ago, your staff had advocated that you do so. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
And people wonder, why don't people speak up? Where's the evidence?
You find in this particular case some of the best people and some of the worst. And Police Chief Ryder and Detective McGarry both did such an amazing job. I think that kind of gets lost in the fact that the case went away the way that it did.
Tell me, if it were you, a victim against these powerful people, would you speak out? Do you really believe that justice will be served? Come on. They don't care about victims. And they know the victims they choose very well. If they disappear, people probably won't miss them. They choose victims based on families that have been torn apart, estranged, on the weak, on the people who have lost so much.
Real quick, Epstein was, I was just Googling it. He was arrested before Cappy passed away, but like early, like way earlier. So he did have some charges beforehand, but Isaac Cappy passed away in May 13th, 2019, and it was July of 2019 that Epstein got charged for sex trafficking and conspiracy to engage in sex trafficking. In 2008, he pleaded guilty and was convicted by a Florida state court of procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute. And he served almost 13 months in custody. But he got, of course, extensive work release, where he probably continued his whole debacle there. But it's crazy that Cappy had passed away a few months, May, June, 2 months before Jeffrey Epstein was charged again in those even greater. I mean, well, they're all bad. I don't even know when it comes to children and that kind of stuff. I feel like they're all on one level. I mean, it's all bad. It's hard to say which is worse the other, but I guess it did bring a lot of national attention because all the people named and tied to Epstein, Trump, he was president, and it was said that possibly, Trump was involved in this stuff. A bunch of people in Hollywood.
The allegations were ignored.
Omaha police now accept that Larry King may have been abusing children. But its most senior detective claims he never received any evidence.
It is certainly possible that Mr. King was involved in illegal acts with children. If there was sufficient evidence of those types of allegations, he would have been prosecuted by the county attorney's office.
For me, it was very clear that the case was not investigated and not pursued because of the alleged perpetrators.
Those perpetrators named by the children formed a ring of rich and powerful pedophiles in Omaha. And from industry, politics, the media, even the police. Besides Larry King, ringleaders were department store billionaire Alan Baer, nationally, and plundered Franklin's accounts to finance a luxury lifestyle of limousines, private planes, and palatial homes, 3 in Omaha and 1 in Washington, D.C. Franklin's records show he spent $10 million on jewelry, flowers, and private planes. And his lavish spending brought him a charmed life.
Larry King was constantly heralded, cheered, applauded in the news media as the great businessman that's helping the poor people, the black community of Omaha.
But King's FBI. King was arrested, and a federal investigation showed he'd stolen $14 million from Franklin. But the FBI's inquiries were secret, and evidence of King's sex ring was quickly covered up. In November 19...
That means you can never gain access to them by court order. And we have attempted on several occasions to unseal that. We've been told that it'll be a cold day in hell before those records ever get unsealed. But what's in those records? Yeah.
The Attorney General is now involved. Bill Colby has passed accounts evidence to a senior lawyer in the Justice Department.
He did say that the Attorney General's office would be very sensitive to any charges of abuse of children. This was a matter of considerable priority to the department that this sort of thing not take place, and that they would assign an officer to look into the case.
For John DeCamp, the story of Larry King's corrupt empire holds a dire warning for America.
If you can control about 3 or 4 key elements, you can totally own a state. You can make right wrong. You can make truth falsehood, falsehood truth. If you control the media, if you control the Justice Department, if you control the police, you own the system.
It's beyond belief that arguably the most powerful person.
So I'll share that. That's Trinity. I found something I remember seeing on Periscope a while back, and there was these, like, they were weird. These two, I don't know if this is on YouTube or not, but these two were like Cappy's landlord and neighbor. This was like super weird. I saw this. They went live on his Periscope, I believe it was. Let's see, this one was from May 19th, 2019. So, and he passed, what did I say it was?
All right, so I don't think anyone's joined yet. There's one person, yeah. 2-person joined it.
I don't know. I want to see if this one.
Kayla's my friend and assistant. We live in the same neighborhood. And
these two ladies were so weird. Let me see if the other one's first, or if the other one, or because there's another one here on this. Periscope May 17th, May 19th. Yeah, they had like access to his bank accounts. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Let's see, he passed May 13th. Which one was this?
Hi guys. So I've been looking at this. Okay, this is reposted. Let me give a shout out from Glow 2. Just put up one from Flower. He's calling her Flower Power. So just type in Flower Power if you want to see it. She's supposedly Isaac Cappett's neighbor, and I don't know if she is or if she isn't. I'm assuming she is. But there's some weird things anyway about the video that I want to talk about. Okay. In this video, she talks about his... Okay, guys. Okay. There's this woman. Her name is Bombard. Body Language. She's changed her name a few times. She keeps getting her site taken down. She's really smart. And she says when they look up here, when they're talking, sometimes they're in memory and sometimes they're in construction. And I don't know which this woman is in. I honestly don't know enough about it, about that whole thing, about body language. But what I do understand just about, if I'm telling you a story, okay, if I'm traumatized, I might tell you. Then she...
You know, I don't know, but, well, I know there was a girl there that night too, and she came.
I was trying to find just the video of her talking, but baseline about what do we need a baseline about what? I don't know. My internet should be really good, so it must be the video. We'll go back to that one with the two ladies. I just want to see it for a second. Say it was freaking weird. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna now not load. Let's see. Maybe it's on YouTube. Probably is. She actually, okay, there is one here on YouTube, but I was trying to, oh, okay. That's May 19th, but we'll do. Yeah, I watched this live. Like I remember even seeing, I was watching this live and I've seen this like, hold on. I saw one where it had the comments in it and I saw me in the comments from back in Periscope days. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, this is like really fascinating if anybody's interested in looking into Isaac Cappy.
I don't know if anyone followed his videos here, but here is the closet. Isaac Cappy. You don't know who Isaac Cappy is? If not, then that's okay.
but this stream is pretty much for the Isaac Cappy situation that just happened. No, it's an interesting situation because many people are claiming that he was murdered, he committed suicide, all sorts of things. But I'm really just trying to get some information out that's correct, because a lot of people are saying that he was on drugs, something about a drug dealer, or I don't know. But from what I know and have seen him every day, he just smokes weed. And yeah, he smokes cigarettes. Yeah, he drinks alcohol. But I mean, I don't think he had time to do any of those things like meth. Apparently, from people are saying cocaine and speed. And for someone that doesn't have much money, I don't think they're going to go off and rip off a drug dealer. So that definitely is out of proportion and not real evidence for what people are claiming. So I have this timeline from March 19th, 2017 to October 13th.
I changed my mind. I don't know if I want to watch her. She is I want to find Isaac Cappy's like Periscope, like last videos. It's weird. It's so weird how everything like played out. It says condensed. I guess we could watch this one, but
this will likely be my last broadcast.
And this was his last broadcast, but it's not the whole thing.
It's going to be very painful, and I'm sorry. I've spent the last 3 years enmeshed in finding the darkness in the world and uncovering the darkness in the world, but not enough time uncovering the darkness within me. And the dog said too. I made a really stupid, cynical, petty, stupid decision this week. And I did it in the blink of an eye. This struggle against darkness. This struggle against darkness consumed me. It consumed me. Yeah, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I let the darkness consume me. And I didn't spend enough time nurturing the light and love within me. Thank you. I let down some really great people, and it was my desire to serve these people, but that desire was not born out of a love that is pure. Don't get me wrong, children deserve to live in a world where they are treated well. I was not treated well. Jesus came from heaven to earth to die for our sins. Yeah, he did. And I have done a disservice to God. I've done a disservice to America. I've done a disservice to a lot of people. Did I hurt a child? No, I didn't hurt a child. No, I didn't do that. I spent a lot of time avoiding the really big evil stuff, right? The big evil stuff is easy. It's easy to avoid. Now, how is it possible? Let's talk about Judas. Let's talk about Judas. Judas loved Jesus. Judas fought for Jesus. But in the end, Judas betrayed Jesus. And it was a flippant, petty, vile decision. And it's happened again. I took some bait. I did take some bait. The truth is there was a lot of work that went into making me do it, or inducing me to do what I did. And I didn't see it. And I was overcome by ego. I was overcome by just petty greed. What? Not even just stupid, absolutely stupid decision. And I, therefore, am a traitor. I am a traitor, and it happened in the blink of an eye. And I don't know how it happened. Well, I do know how it happened. I can tell you exactly how it happened. I accessed some very high levels of consciousness, and then right away I went way low to conscious. I went way low. And the truth is, the answer was in front of me the whole time, but I was too fucking stupid. I was too stupid to see what I was and what I had become. You know, the last, I've spent a lot, I've been alone. I've been not nurturing myself. I've been not connecting to my heart and not connecting to good and doing what is good. I expose a lot of bad guys, and now I'm exposing myself. I'm exposing myself. Yep. And everyone out there, let this be a warning to you, to not give in to darkness. Don't give in to darkness. Don't give in. And here's the thing, again, the big stuff that you do, it's easy to avoid that because you see it. But the little stuff, it just creeps up on you. And if you're not vigilant, and if you're not in a state of love, if you're not in a state of love and care, then you can make bad decisions. Is this no? So it's really bad. It's really bad, guys. It's really fucking bad. It's really bad, and I can't. I'm not being told to say this. I'm doing it of my own free will. And I told a very good man. I told him that I would try to use this situation, and I would try to utilize it so that people may learn something about themselves. Yeah, I want them. I want to serve. I want my bad decisions to serve as a guide of what not to do. It's unconscionable. It's so stupid. It's really dumb, and it happened in the blink of an eye. And it was, guys, it was so fucking dumb what I did. It's so fucking dumb. So fucking dumb.
So a lot of people, I remember people like saying when he was like after, you know, this was his last live stream, I think. It says it's labeled it the last one, but he had a couple. I believe the one that he stated that is his last live stream was actually his last live stream. I was trying to look for the exact date of this video, and when he went live, and compare it to when he actually jumped off the bridge. He was actually ran over because he jumped, which I think it's horrible for somebody to do that, like jump in front of a vehicle, and then it's, you know, that kind of traumatizes that person for the rest of their life. But a lot of people thought that he was forced to do this video. People swear that they hear somebody in the room with them. Yeah, he had done videos like all the time, just nonstop, calling out certain like actors and actresses for, basically it was all about child abuse. Yeah, he died May 2019, but I was trying to figure out when this video was uploaded to Periscope. Unfortunately, Periscope like is no longer, and you can't get the videos off there. But he, you know, like right here, this person says this dude is in his last moments. And then somebody said, you got to remember he died because he was exposing celebrities that had ties with Pizzagate. Full complete stream was scrubbed. Never forget. Says the truth will reveal itself soon. Tom Hanks and the rest won't get away with it. I wish we could read the live comments questions he was answering. Rest in peace, Isaac and his dogs. Yeah, like there is some. I think there is somewhere on YouTube with the comments because I saw myself in them. But here's somebody saying, I wonder if he was already compromised at this point, being made to shoot a video. Because there was a lot of people who believe that, like this person saying, I think he was. That would certainly make sense here. Wow. He says at one point that he wasn't being forced to shoot the video. There's more to the situation than we know, of course. Yeah, because people started asking him in the comments, is somebody making you do this? Which is bizarre. It's like a person saying, I didn't do it without being asked. He was posting videos. If anyone puts up a video, they were debating whether or to or not. They say, I was unsure if I should post this or not, but decided to. Never heard I was forced to do this video. He also seems to be answering questions and interacting with someone. He keeps saying something as if reading it. Yeah, he is reading something. He's reading the comments. And adding that's a good question. He was reading the comments. He was live. But yeah, he never told anybody what it was that he thought he did so wrong. He kept saying that he did something very bad, but he would never tell anybody what that very bad thing was. It was like a guessing game. And people were trying to ask him, did you do something to a child? Did you, and it was like, no, and he said, I stayed away from the big, like the real bad stuff. And it's like, if it wasn't something real bad, then why is it bothering him so bad that he, ended up taking his life? I don't know. It's hard to know if this was mental illness, or if he really did have some guilt of some kind. See, people think that he is actually killed, but it says the higher ups killed him. Way more to the story. He was exposing Seth Green for his Pizzagate shit. Then they killed him. But there's a video of him actually jumping off the bridge. Well, I don't think you could see him himself. You could see him. Yeah, I think there is. Like, you could see him straight, like, jumping off the bridge. It's because it was somebody's dashes cam that caught it. Yeah, he referred to himself as Judas. He did that all the time in the last videos that he did. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I'll play this just for like a couple more minutes, and I'm gonna move on to what I was going to talk about, to do with what I originally was going to talk about, and about my call, or it wasn't a call actually, it was an email to TBI, but I didn't know people could get people's emails, the tips they email in. I didn't know that. That was funny that somebody told me that there was somebody said they were going to contact TBI and get my phone call. I didn't know that was possible. I heard it was a semi driver camera that it was caught on. It was a from what I was told, it was just a regular dash cam from a semi, but it could have been a dash cam from a cop. That's what I remember, that it was a semi, but I could be remembering it wrong. I'll look it up while I'm going, or before I come back also. I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be listening on my phone.
Am I one of them? Now I am. Now I am. Now I'm one of them. Now I'm one of them. Those people that I was so concerned with finding and rooting out, right? Because of the darkness. But that darkness, I didn't use it to see my own light. I just let the darkness consume me. And in the beginning, when I came out in the beginning, that was in a place of bravery and love. But then I became my anger at these people, my anger consumed me, and I didn't have a good grip on my anger. I just let it seep inside. Self-sabotage. Yeah, self-sabotage indeed. Self-sabotage like you've never fucking seen, folks. Just awful, awful stuff. And I have betrayed all of you. I've betrayed everybody. And I was a good guy. And you know what? Here's the thing. You can be a good person. Like, look, we all have different levels of darkness and light within us. But if you are susceptible to the dark for just one instant, then you can destroy everything you've worked for. You can destroy everything you've worked for. Drug-induced? No, it wasn't drug-induced. It was ego-induced, and it was cynically induced. And it was a lot of things. And the truth is, I haven't been practicing self-care. I haven't been loving myself. I haven't been holding the light within me. I haven't been holding the light. And I made a really, really, like, the most stupid decision. They will write books about this decision and how fucking dumb it is. And I had nothing to gain. Did I lie about Seth Green? No, Seth Green. Am I afraid of something? I'm afraid of, no, I should be, because bad things are coming my way. I can assure you of that. No, I didn't take a satanic vow. I did not take a satanic vow. Redemption is with Christ. Yes, redemption is with Christ. And redemption is earned, and it takes a lot of time. And the true spirit of Christ is to find the light within. And I ignored that light, and I fed into darkness. And framed me? I wouldn't say framed, although I will say there's a lot of work that went into it. I'm always worthy of redemption. Well, I hope to be. I sure hope to be. I hope to be. And what I've been doing this week is just reviewing my decisions and what I've done in my life, and especially recently. And taking a good hard look at it and being honest with myself. Like, why did I do the things that I did? Why did I do it? Never be bad in your eyes? Well, I hope that you can remember the good that I've brought. I hope that you can remember the love that I showed you. Gonna miss the brackets and jackets? Yeah, well, the bracket tolls for the... Is Q going to bracket my initials? Probably, yeah. Probably. Yeah, most likely. I did something really dumb. I'm not suicidal. Can you help me? You can pray for my soul. You can pray for me, and you can pray, and you can pray. Guys, it's so important. It's so important to take the time to find the light and stay in the light. PTSD, but at the end of the day, I made some choices. And I fucked up. I fucked up badly. Very, very badly. So I want you to remember the light that I showed you. And I want you to remember the love that I showed you, because people aren't going to like me. They're not. They're going to think I'm the worst thing ever. And I did something really bad and dumb. Mind your dreams. Reject dark auto-suggestion. Yes, and I will tell you that some things were planted inside my consciousness, and they went on repeat. I'm going to use this time to reflect and to pray and to come to the light, because I fell out at a really inopportune time. You are being watched. I'll tell you this, you're being watched at a level that is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. From within your mind. This isn't about the Illuminati, but yes, fuck the Illuminati. Anyone that hurts children can fuck off forever. That's just like unconscionable. But speaking of which, maybe you've hurt a child in a past life. Did I astral travel to the wrong place? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I went to a level of, you are being watched. I'll tell you this, you're being watched at a level that is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. From within your mind. Something is coming. There's a great light that is coming. So make sure that you are worthy of being in that light. Yeah? Make sure you are worthy of the light. Dimensional transition. Yeah. The coming of Christ. Could be. Could be. In a lot of ways, I think this is a mirror of an ancient story. And in a lot of ways, I think it almost had to happen this way. As the mirror. Yeah, pretty much, T1. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, I may have. Humanity is going to be fine. It's going to be fucking great. It's going to be awesome. Something is coming. There's a great light that is coming. So make sure that you are worthy of being in that light. Yeah? Make sure.
That's true. None of us are worthy of being in the light. I was just trying to look to see if I could find whose dash cam it was to not cut, but I didn't find it right away. I guess it's not really that important, but I did find a post. His last, I guess it would have been Instagram, which was, might not even be there. I might have to. Yeah, I wish he would have left a note or whatever. I don't know, because some people, it's just trying to see what his Instagram was, but anyways, he said his last message that's posted on this page said, doesn't even say the date though. That's like what I was hoping to wish. Yeah, I remember him saying this too on Periscope. He was saying things like he told people in the Trump administration that he was willing to admit to many crimes in a public setting and committed to execution in a public setting. He said a nation cannot suffer its traitors, and I am no exception. And then it says, Cappy concludes by saying that he squandered his talents and that he has betrayed Jesus. And also it says right here that a couple teenagers try to keep him from jumping, supposedly. Oh, it was the day before his passing that he posted somebody must have deleted his Instagram, but there is a screenshot here where he says puts a long post where he says over the I'm not going to read it all, but he says over the course of the last week, through introspection that should have happened many years ago, I have come to some stark revelations about my character. It is a testament to my utter arrogance that these revelations have not come sooner. You see, I believed myself to be a good guy. I have not been a good guy. In fact, I have been a pretty bad guy throughout my life. I have used people for money. I have betrayed many people in much trust. I have sold drugs. I have tax delinquencies. I have debts. I have abused my body with cigarettes, drugs, and alcohol. I have been abusive to people who loved me, including my family. I have expected help without putting proper work into help myself. I have used money to gamble and lose instead of using it to further my gifts. Earlier this week, I committed an act so flippantly, without thought, that will become synonymous with short-sightedness and petty, vile greed, and in the end has cost me everything. I will publicly disclose the details at the right time. You see, while I supposedly wanted to make America great, I have not put much work at all into making myself great. I have wasted much money on speculation and gambling, and I have gambled away my future. Time that could have been utilized to nurture many gifts has been wasted on frivolity. I can't. I know what it is, but I can't say it right at the moment. And while it's true, I have spent many hours of research and disseminating information about bad actors, I've had so little care for introspection of my own actions. It is a testament to my sheer arrogance that I had not come to these revelations sooner. To the Q movement, I am so sorry I have brought shame upon the greatest military operation of all time. But really, I have only brought shame upon myself. And while it's true I have outed many pedophiles that were former friends, I remained in their sphere for much longer than I should have, and attempted to gain from them after I knew about their actions. And in my sheer arrogance, I did not even reflect on this fact. I have been a great betrayer of trust, a squanderer of gifts and goodwill. Q says they give people enough rope to hang themselves, and I have hung myself. I have told people in the Trump administration that I'm willing to admit to many crimes in a public setting and committed to execution in a public setting. A nation cannot suffer as traitors, and I am no exception. To those I have inspired, keep up the fight. It is a noble work. However, I have not been a noble man. I am an imposter. To those who have offered their trust and care, I apologize. I have wronged many people throughout my life. And while I have many talents, I have not utilized them. To Jesus, I am sorry I have betrayed you again. This time, the shoe is on the other foot, though, and I am happy the earth shall see the justice it has waited so long for. Fortunately, it's cut off then, but he's a good writer. Um, I wasn't going to read the whole of it, but it was interesting. Let's see. Oh, I guess they call it his. Okay, so it ends in Jesus, you offered so much, and instead of reveling in your wisdom, I used my attention on darkness. President Trump, I have betrayed you and squandered goodwill, and I now shall forever be known for my actions. These revelations have come way too late, but I am not so arrogant now that I would deny them. In the end, I shall be remembered for my actions and not my hollow words. To the many people I have acted abusively towards, I am very, very sorry. To my former friends I have used and betrayed, I am sorry. To those I have deceived, I am sorry. Although I must say, in my sheer arrogance, I did not even realize that I had been the bad actor all along. And while it's true I threw myself into a very dangerous situation, outing the truth of Hollywood, I did not reflect on my own truths and many, many shortcomings. It is one thing to know what is right, to know the truth, and an entirely different thing to act in an upright manner. I have been lacking in gratitude, humility, honor, service, and proper care for others. I have not honored the light of God within. Also, it should be noted that I have recently been made to believe that I am the reincarnation of Judas Iscariot, the great betrayer. And while I could have utilized this period of the Great Awakening to awaken myself, I have used it focus on the darkness of others and not the darkness within. To be clear, I was so arrogant that I did not see the darkness within or even reflect that I could have darkness within. I actually believe that I have been acting upright. It is very, very sad, but I hope that the people of the world can utilize my folly in a positive light, that you all may use my mistakes as an example for personal growth. See the light in others, nurture the light in yourself. This lesson has come too late for me, but perhaps it can inspire you. I will be using the remainder of my time on earth to atone for my transgressions and to seek the light within in others and myself. What I'm confused about, though, why is it dated July 4th, 2019? It says July 4th, 2019, Return of the King, Return to the Light. Um, yeah, it says July, which is 2 months after he passed. So he was thinking something was going to happen on July 4th of 2019, I guess. I'm not sure. Earlier, let's see here. Crime Stories Obsessed I read it earlier where she was saying that where Emma had mentioned that Judy Sue had been asked to come into the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office for questioning. An appointment was apparently made for her to attend in order to discuss recent online statements. Well, That's interesting, and it sounds like possibly true because CSI wrote on her community wall earlier something about how Andy she said that Andy and Coleslaw are neither are in jail. Oh, she said she just heard from them and they are neither are in jail. However, they did visit the sheriff's office. They're on their way home safe and sound. The way that she said that, it made it seem like it sounded like she didn't want to say that they were called into the sheriff's office, but it does sound like they were at the sheriff's office. Oh, was he was sending tweets after his death? You bribe your son to cut his hair, is that what he said? My son cut his hair like that last time. Oh, I love that. Are you talking about like Isaac Cappy's? He had awesome hair. Jody Sue said in her live that night that she was already going to sheriff's to have Andy violated an order of protection. Well, I did hear something. Somebody mentioned something earlier. Actually, it might have been you, Nunya. I don't know, in my earlier live that said it, but I think that it wouldn't be really. I don't think she's gonna be able to get that done because he didn't violate it. I mean, as far as anything he's done on YouTube. And I just know that because of, the research I've done on my own and talking to the court on my own. Unless there's different laws and stipulations surrounding her order. But I do know one thing that she, like I've said before, that she definitely was not supposed to do is go into his chat or where he's at on somebody's panel and start telling people to ask him questions. That is definitely a big no-no. It won't get her in trouble, however, because the order is not against her, but it would be enough for Andy to file for a forget the word again. Somebody told me the other day it was a motion to dismiss. Motion or petition to dismiss. It's one of those two. It's either a motion or petition. You have to. I thought it was a. It's probably a motion to. No, I don't know. It's one of them. I always get confused whether or not, yeah. So I file my own stuff and and sometimes like when I'm filing, I have to look up which to do if I put motion or petition. But basically he could have it dismissed and show where she's been trying to get him to respond, and encouraging him to. It's just like, it's like poking the bear. You don't want to do that. She's allowed to talk about him, but she can't, try to go to where he's at and encourage him to answer her questions. As to why she even got a restraining order if she was going to keep breaking it anyways. Yeah, no, yeah, it didn't look any better. Did anybody see, did he really answer any questions? Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I knew I had a reason for or something I wanted to go over besides like the information. She pulled out all the stops the other night, even out the lingerie. Oh, who did? Oh, trying to get Andy to talk. Whatever works, I guess. Are you talking about Jody Sue? And I know that some people were annoyed that people were sending him money and stuff, but and I get it, I totally do, and I understand. Like I I understand, like I do. Um, but I understand other people's like point of views where they were saying just like I mean, Candace took in money, Dawn took in money. Um, Jody Sue definitely took in money. But I understand also that like how Molly put it in a I liked how Molly said it. It's like there's a certain way you have to talk to somebody and if you want if you know she said the reason why she donated is because she was seeing that like he was hoping to encourage him to keep answering questions and keep talking. However, from what I hear, he really didn't answer anything. So and I feel like if he really didn't answer, I didn't listen because I just truly believe. I guess I could listen for a couple minutes here in a second, but I just felt like I just knew deep down that he was not going to be answering anything. I think that he's going to, because I do believe I'm sorry, and this is nothing against anybody who um, is cool with him or believes differently, but it's just my own opinion that he knows something. I don't think he did something like, well, I mean, I don't think he did something. I definitely don't believe like he personally hurt Summer. Um, but I do think that there's something that he knows at the very least. And Jody Sue is not one or the other, is both. So, but like we've said many times on here, is what is right and wrong is wrong. And when, you know, I'm going to, Jody Sue going in there and trying to ask him questions and calling him out in front of everybody is, that's like, I don't know how she could get him on violating the order. Like, she was the one following him around. She's the one that's talked about him forever on her channel. So it doesn't even make sense. Unless there's something that we don't know of that he's doing off YouTube, which is likely. I mean, it's possible, I guess. But I don't he seemed to do his best to not mention her. It really seemed like he was really trying to avoid talking about her in any way from the little bit I saw on CSI's like the first time. But I also noticed on CSI's the first time, like he didn't really answer questions. He kind of would say like, I don't know, or like he would answer questions like, oh, there was many people that would come around there, or many people that go on the road. He wouldn't name specifics. He wasn't. It's like, and to me, that's like it makes me feel like he knows something. I'm sorry, Why wouldn't you want to tell what you know and what you've witnessed? They're going to come on anyways. If that's going to continue, people are not going to keep like sending him money if he's just going to like dance around answering questions. I think people are just kind of thinking, well, some people I know are sending him money to just to piss off Jody Sue. I know that for a fact. But I also think people are like, well, maybe he'll answer questions if you send him money. But people aren't going to keep doing that if he's not answering questions. If it didn't work the first time, second time, it's just going to subside. There'll probably be some that still send him money, but not like the same, or not like as much, or not very many. It just proves he isn't anything like Jody Sue says. He seems straightforward, but I'm not going to listen to his bottom. Oh, you think he's straightforward? So was he really answering questions? Right, Valkyrie? Why do I own a damn trailer? He doesn't even come on. He comes on here a year later. Like, I don't see why anybody does. And he's not even giving us any information. When he said, go hit up my Cashapp, I almost shit my pants. WTF, legit, all Andy and Jody Sue care about is money. They don't care about Summer at all. He wasn't straightforward. What questions did he answer, Mama Steph? Like, did he answer stuff? Was he? I guess I could pull up and listen to a few of them just instead of going by what other people say, because there has been a couple people like yourself and a couple others who said that he did answer questions good, but then I've heard from many people also that he was like very vague in his answering and not specific at all. Screen question. Did he answer them like? I guess I'll just have to listen to it to just answer my questions. I just didn't want to listen because maybe he will prove me wrong. Maybe he did answer them like specifically instead of saying, "Oh, there was many people that would go there," or "I saw many." I don't know. Listen to it. I wasn't impressed at all. I tried to be nice and support it, but it felt wrong. No, it wasn't his fault. If the chat questions didn't get answered, that's not really his fault. But where can you hear it at? I think it was on CSI's if it's still there. Or no, it should be on his. The real NPP. Here, let's listen just a second. This is on Andy's. I'll share his link. I do want to watch this video though. What you got people? Well, let's see. I'll just everybody's gonna have different opinions, I guess. So I should just let's see. Let's just go kind of pick a spot here.
Was y'all drinking buddies, working buddies? Did you hang out on the weekends and grill out?
No, they called me and harassed me over a couple grams of pot every now and then. That's about it.
But y'all didn't have like, hang out on the weekends or after work or whatever?
No. He actually offered me a job at one point in time, and I'd heard too much bad stuff about him at that point in time about jobs and working with him, how he paid people, and I don't like those people. So I'm sorry.
Talk to me about that. What do you mean you'd heard from too many people about him? What do you mean? Talk to me about that.
Well, I mean, if you run off and go smoke crack, I don't necessarily want nothing to do with you.
Have you seen that happen?
What? Him disappear for a week or a day or a month or 6 months or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened.
Was it a once a year thing?
Okay, I'm going to continue this part because I think it's interesting that I picked this point. This is like right up the alley of what I sent into TBI. But it didn't just include Don. It included Andy too. And they were from, allegedly, I should say, just to save my ass here, just in case it's not true. Allegedly, there was times that they both would go. I was told it was every 2 to 3 weeks. Not that they both would, but that Don would go. I don't know how often Andy went, allegedly, but it was for prostitutes and drugs. And I was told, I don't know, I guess earlier while I was asking everybody if anybody knew or heard anybody, Andy having a certain type of girl besides the young ones. I was seeing if anybody had heard anything because I was trying to see if the information, I'm trying to figure out if the information I heard is, I'm trying to find stuff where it matches. No, it wasn't weed. No. No, that's not what I'm talking about that he was going to get. No. When I say drugs, I mean drugs. Weed's not, no. I don't count that. I don't know specifically what he was getting. But Don, it was supposedly crack for the most part. Sometimes you get other stuff. But he was fronted stuff. A lot at a time. Thousands at a time. And he would go back every 2 to 3 weeks. Supposedly, allegedly. And I was told the person I talked to was talking about how Don would have somebody with them occasionally, some man with them occasionally, on a few instances. And so I sent a picture of Andy to see if that is who they saw. And ding, ding, ding. Because I just had a feeling. This was like right after this all happened. This was right around. That's why I did that whole thing about the Knoxville connection with Andy and Dawn. I hadn't really talked to that person yet. They had emailed me and mentioned something about Knoxville, but they didn't go into specifics. But it reminded me that Fred had mentioned how Andy would take off to Knoxville and took off to Knoxville 3 days after Summer went missing. And I was like, wait, Don always told me about Knoxville and how he went to Knoxville to pick up a bunch of crack. Maybe there's a connection. Maybe they were both going. The type of girl that I wanted to know if anybody had heard is supposedly Andy liked black girls. And that's the kind of prostitutes he was getting, allegedly. Or he liked the black girl that was there. I don't know if it was just that particular black girl or if it was, I don't know, I need to ask to see if it was different black girls, if it was one black girl you would see or whatever. Anyways, that's like just a condensed version of what was sent to TBI, because I also got names, a certain motel, owners, nicknames of the person who, there were specifics sent in.
Once a month thing, every weekend thing.
Not every weekend. No, I don't know how often it happened. I wasn't friends with them. I didn't go over there and hang out, so I don't know. I know sporadically she would message and say, "Hey, can you pick this up at the store? Can you get cigarettes? Can you get liquor? Can you get this? Bring it over here." So that was the only thing I had to do with those people.
And Andy, remember, I don't know, well, there was something like kind of early on that just really turned you off to them in general, like just made you like, yeah, I can't be around these people. But it was with their
What, them fighting over the chicken noodle soup?
yeah, I didn't know if they say it or not.
The two older boys fighting over one bowl of chicken noodle soup with a fork. Yeah, that's some fucked up shit. Excuse my language.
So that was true then. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pitiful.
And that just really, from what, I don't want to speak for you, Andy, but I'm just kind of jumping in where I know we've talked about stuff, but Andy said that just really, that was the first thing, or well, not the first thing, but that was something that really turned him off to them and just made him not really even want to be around them in the first place. And then I'm sure everything else just added to it. But
well, I mean, I'm sure everybody has their opinion of me at this point in time, but I smoke my pot. I try to keep to myself. That's it. So I go to work, I get up, I come home. That's it.
Yeah.
They wasn't no parking lot people. They wasn't no dope. They wasn't no cheating. So I mean that
I was really surprised. I mentioned this to Andy, I don't know if you maybe last week or something, but even after talking to you, Andy, since November or whatever it was, I always just figured that you probably did cheat or whatever, and that you were just kind of fibbing to me. But I think that I really do believe you now. I mean, I sound really biased, and probably I am, but just from, I mean, the way your story has never, ever changed. It's always been identical for all this time. So it would be hard to do that if it was a lie. But
I mean, I'm pretty much transparent
about that, too. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, but you were just saying you're not, you weren't cheating, weren't sitting in parking lots and all that.
No, I was doing my job and I was coming home.
Yeah.
Now you said you and Fred didn't get along.
I didn't say we
Did
didn't get along. I just said it wasn't a relationship that, you know, we hung out or nothing like that. We was family.
okay. Okay.
I mean,
So you got
you know,
along, you just didn't hang out with each other.
we didn't hang out enough to get along. So it wasn't one of them situations. He was my cousin. I knew him as a kid. We probably hung out as kids. Once I got older,
So I better stop it every once in a while, but I will play it a little bit longer. Fred told me no, they were not close, so that matches. Actually, I am a little bit. He is answering more than I thought he would, so I will give him that. Like he's, but Fred said that yeah, they're not friends. They've not been close. He said that the same thing those people in that car said when the ones that right when Fred Hill came up, the driver kind of like took off. But I think also people need to remember that that driver had been sitting there for like an hour while that guy answered questions. The driver wasn't really answering. So it could be because Fred Hill, or it could be that he was just tired sitting there. But he said that Andy was wild, which was kind of similar, I think, to what they said. Like that he was just, well, they said, oh, he was a little bit wild. But really, Fred didn't talk bad about Andy. He didn't. He didn't talk bad about Andy or Jody Sue. The only one, I mean, his wife, I mean, said some things about Jody Sue a little bit and Andy, but all Fred had said is that he saw him on the road on the 15th, like earlier, and all he said is that he knows that the red truck is Jody Sue's mom's truck. But as far as like really just, I mean, when asked if they did a lot of drugs or sold drugs or whatever, if Jody Sue and them, he said he didn't know anything about that or hear anything about that until like after Summer went missing. So there was opportunities for him to like really throw Andy under the bus and Jody Sue and just talk shit, and he didn't. I felt that he was truly just saying what he believed was the truth. Doesn't mean it is the truth. It's just what he believed to be the truth. I really truly believe that he thought he was telling what was his truth. But he didn't like really talk about it. He just said that they have never been close and that he was not really close to any of his family. Who owned the land Jackie Dobbs bought? I don't know. It wasn't Fred Hill or his mom. I don't know. Does anybody know who owned land that Jackie Dobbs bought? Fred didn't even like really say much, like anything bad about, I mean, they did tell stories about the whole religion thing, how Don kept talking about religion, he was acting weird, but he didn't like talk shit about him really. From Andy's mom? Who mentioned that the pills were coming from Andy's mom? Is that what Andy said? That it was coming from his mom? Yeah, he was asked last time he saw Summer. He said the 14th. Where? He said he was standing in the doorway. Wouldn't he had to be on the property to see her in the doorway? But he said he was rarely there. Yep. Yeah, he would have had to been on the property. You cannot see the doorway from Ben Hill or Beach Creek. No, no way. Oh, between Andy and Jody Sue? Are they in those ones that didn't Tiffany Marie? I've been trying to check those out too, those texts. She did a video of the text messages. She owned the Dobbs plot, but yeah, also the text he sent said he was getting a free pill every now and then from his mom. Oh. Not sure why he brought up Summer running around naked. I thought that was a crazy thing to say.
We didn't hang out. So, I mean, that's
Right. Okay.
we go separate ways. People, I guess you could say I'm kind of weird when it comes to some people, and it's just one of them things.
Do you have any idea of knowing what Fred thought about Don and Candace?
Now what? You cut out.
I said, do you have any way of knowing what Fred thought about Don and Candace?
No. I mean, there are a couple of days he stopped and talked to me after all that went on. I was swapping cars or going in or out or something like that. He stopped down there and talked to me a day or two after that, I guess, try to see what was going on. It had been the first time he had stopped and talked to me in I don't know how long. I couldn't put a timeline on it because I don't know when the last time I talked to him at that point in time was, and have a conversation.
And that was Fred?
Yeah.
Or Don?
Fred.
Okay. What did the rest of the neighbors there think about Don and Candace? Or did you talk enough to the rest of your neighbors to even have an inkling of what they thought?
I didn't talk enough to the rest of my neighbors. I didn't hang it. The only time I had any dealings with my neighbors is I had to look for my dog.
Okay.
I had a pit bull that if she got out the house, she was gone squirrel hunting for like 12 hours. Well, no, not 12 hours, but like 6.
Right.
But she would eventually come back home.
Right. So you didn't notice anything? Nobody had a beef with Don and Candace around there that you knew of or anything?
Like I said, I don't know them well enough to know who had beefs with them and who didn't.
Right.
I mean, I'd heard people talk about them and stuff like that and say stuff, but I didn't deal with them enough to be on a friend level. I was a neighbor.
Right.
And I happen to smoke weed. I don't know how I want to put that. I don't know how to put that.
Well, I mean, I ain't worried a whole lot about that. And this will finish up. And you can either answer or not on this one. I'm interested, of course, but there's a lot of people that don't like to talk about. What do you think happened to Summer? Because the law says everything's on the table. Now, everything includes her walking away, getting lost, and y'all just ain't found her yet. That's abduction.
I mean, let me add this in there before you finish up.
Okay.
If she was in there, I'm pretty sure that they would have found her by now.
You feel pretty confident on that?
I feel pretty confident that if she had wandered off by now, whether it be,
right,
something.
Right. What do you think about there's some people passing around an idea about a bear or wildlife.
Okay, you know what happens during a dog attack? I mean, there's blood. There's depending on how bad it is. I mean, they would have found blood, clothing, something.
You
Well,
think that
I was asking that mainly. I know what happens during an attack, but a lot of people that's watching this don't. So I was asking that mainly for
Scott's asking
them.
for a friend.
Huh?
Scott's like asking for a friend for AKA chat.
Right. Yeah. AKA chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like you. You know, if I personally, I think if it was an animal, the dogs.
No. The one they said that lives closer to your mother, to your mom's now. Did somebody buy property next door?
Not. I don't know that there was any property sold next to my mom and dad's house.
Okay.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about where they live, or are you?
It's the last time you saw Summer before she went missing on June 15th.
I think it was the Sunday before the 15th.
The Sunday.
Sunday or Monday, somewhere in there.
Yeah, was the 15th on a Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yes.
And where'd you see her?
I think she's standing in the doorway
Okay.
up at their house.
And is this the whole shower thing that Joe? Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Well, that answers that, I guess. For
Well,
now.
can I ask something? Did you ever see Summer and Dawn in the shower together?
Why would I have been in their house to watch them two take a shower together?
Could you see that from the driveway?
I heard from Candace one night that she said come out and said that they was in the shower.
Okay.
I never seen that. No.
All right.
I was told that.
Well, I mean, Don's admitted himself on this channel that he took showers with with Summer, so that's not, that's not like. But I do think that's he answered questions more than I thought he would, so I have to give him that for sure. But that is a good question. How did he see Summer the day before? That's what I would want to know. Like, what was he doing over there? And it's odd for somebody that he didn't see often or really know that he's up on their property just the day before she. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's possible that it could have just been a coincidence that he just so happened to be there the night before. But it just seems to me that he's kind of trying to distance himself from him. By saying like, oh, I didn't really know him. I wasn't really friends with him. Stuff like that. Did you make that thumbnail? Because that's hilarious. No, Esdirk made it, of course. Chat was asking that, but the panel didn't ask. Yeah, sometimes kids do run around in their underwear a lot, but so if she was seen in her underwear around or whatever a lot, like, I don't know. What is disturbing though is what Fred said he witnessed one time when he went over there, because he was trying to get a hold of him or ask him something, and just he didn't really have phone service. Out there, he went by there and he saw, he was like knocking on the door, the basement door. Nobody answered at the front. He went around to the back or to the basement door, and he saw it probably would have been a while ago because he said that they were like 2 and 3 or something, or 2 and 4 or something like that. 2 of the boys down there on a dirty mattress is what he said, with no mattress cover. And they were down there just like no toys around, like just a open room, nothing. And they were completely naked. Like no diapers on, nothing. And Candace never came to the door. Like he was banging on the door and nobody ever came to the door. My son had gone out the front door and sat on his potty in the middle of the drive in the rain, no clothes on. I was horrified. I don't live in the mountains. Well, is there a septic tank, or what would be on that property? Like a septic tank or like a... Oh, and to the person asking, how will the person know the information that they told me? Or how would the source know? Firsthand. They were a prostitute themselves. And actually, Dawn was a regular customer of theirs. So that's how they knew. But they had, they had changed their life around and stuff, and they're afraid for their... In the 7 months that they've been away from that lifestyle, they have gotten married, and they're afraid, gotten clean and stuff, and not wanting to know, or not wanting her husband to find out. Wells and text him and decomp so that they don't necessarily have to dig up. What about the septic? Is there a septic tank or... Okay, so one of the things they claim that was turned into TBI was that Dawn was actually the one that got them out of where they were at, because they were basically stuck at this motel. That's what I need people to help me find, is this motel. She didn't even know where she was at, except like the outskirts of Knoxville, because she was stripping at the a place called the fuzzy hole. Seriously, it's called the fuzzy hole or fuzzy holes or something like that. Not joking. Before that, she was stripping at a place called the Mouse's Ear. The fuzzy hole place, like when she was stripping at the Mouse's Ear, and I don't know, I forget which one it was. I have it written down. But she had met a girl, and this girl, she ended up moving in with this girl, and because she, I don't know, got evicted or something. I forget the story. But she ended up moving in with her, and they were both, like, this girl that she moved in with was stripping at I think the Mouse's Ear, and then she was stripping at the fuzzy holes or whatever. That word is so weird. Fuzzy, I don't know. Anyways, then the girl that she moved in with got fired because she was selling drugs out of the place. She got fired for selling drugs. So the girl that she moved in with ended up starting to do like house calls. Like she basically started her own little thing where she advertised on, those, I don't know, wherever they advertise, a Craigslist or wherever, stuff like that, and started her own little house call thing. And this girl eventually was convinced by her to start doing it with her. So they were doing house calls and like did their own like thing. I don't know if they had somebody go with them. I didn't even ask that, but besides if there was like a male that would drive them or whatever. Because supposedly, Andy would drive Jody Sue. I don't know. So they started doing these house calls, and at one time, the girl had asked her to, or told her that they had this party to go to do a call, where they would dance for a party. It was like they do bachelor parties or just regular house calls or whatever. And she went with her. And when she got there, it was at this motel. And at this motel, it was it didn't have much around it. It was like from the front, it looked like a one level. But I guess like around the back, you go around the back, it's like 2 levels. But nobody ever went to the back area. It was pretty much like it was like off limits. Anybody that come to rent a room, like they wouldn't even go to the back area. Nobody really knew anything about it. It was just the way it was situated. In the rooms that were like people would get for the night or whatever were the ones that would be in the front. And so she went with this girl over there to this like party, and and when she got there, there was a lot of drugs, and they started using drugs and with these people and stuff that were there, and all this, and it was next thing she knows, after this long binge, she realizes her friend is nowhere around. And she asks this guy, like, where did so and so go? And the guy, I'm going to say the guy and stuff because I I don't know if I should say, all I know is they're like nicknames and stripper names or what they went by at the time. There's only one name that I got, and I'm not gonna, I don't know if I should say it on here yet. But he told her that she left and that that her friend left and that she was now working for him. That was the beginning of like a 10-month stay, because at the beginning, I guess she was basically, later on found out, traded for a debt that was owed by her friend. Her friend owed this guy a debt, and to pay off this debt, she brought her friend there and played it off like it was a house call. They got messed up, and her friend just kind of snuck out while they were partying. And sometimes when you're messed up, you just kind of lose track of, you just aren't paying attention, and she just kind of left her there, and she was stuck there, was not allowed to have a phone or anything. She was there for 10 months, and she claims that Don Wells was one of her regulars, which she just found out about the Summer Wells case. She had no idea about it. She was in this lifestyle up until right before Christmas, which is really interesting, because what happened right before Christmas, the last person that she saw, the last guy, was Don Wells. But she was made aware of the Summer Wells case because her friend was reading an article on her phone about the case, and when she looked over and she saw her reading it, she's like, "What's that?" And her friend tells her that it was, the little girl missing out of Rogersville, and she's like, and then as she was scrolling, which she had never heard of this, she was in a place where for up until before Christmas, she didn't even have access. She was using drugs all the time and was not allowed to use a phone or anything like that. But as her friend was scrolling, all of a sudden she sees this picture that passes by, and she asked her friend, there was a picture of Don right there, and she's like, "Who's that?" She asked her, she's like, "Who's that? Like, I know that dude." She's like, "That's the father of Summer Wells, the missing little girl." She's like, "He was one of my regulars." So that's the story. That's the when this person started telling me this, I'm like, I'm gonna have to turn this into like law enforcement, because the stuff that I was being told was, I felt like really important, if true, for law enforcement to know, and could be very, very, very helpful. So, sorry, I'm not looking at chat, because I'll get distracted. I'm trying to tell this story like what hurts I can. But the reason why I mentioned, okay, before I get ahead of myself, supposedly she had, allegedly, I'll say allegedly, this is all alleged. Supposedly Don had seen her several times over the course of 10 months, that it was actually like every 2 to 3 weeks that he was out there. And this is in the outskirts of Knoxville, I guess, or I don't know if it has a Knoxville address. She didn't even know. She was on the backside of the freaking this motel. Didn't even know like really where she was. She was using a lot of drugs at the time. Her dad passed away, and she kind of went, you know, and they wouldn't let this guy wouldn't let her have a cell phone. Wouldn't let the other girls. There was a few other girls, and the supposedly the person who owned this little motel was basically in on it and letting this stuff go on because this guy who was doing this little operation out of this motel, like basically prostitution ring, drug ring, whatever, was giving the motel owner a cut of the money. Plus, the girls that were working for him were renting motel rooms. You know, they had rooms there. And they were only allowed like a small fraction of their money. That really, they didn't even get to go anywhere. So, but they had, you know, they even had to pay for pretty much their drugs usually, supposedly. But she saw him a few times or several times over the course of those 10 months. And like she said that he had like he had different personalities that he seemed nice. He could seem really nice, but like she also mentioned that he would bring up religion, that he would go from like that she felt like he had like 5 different personalities. In December, which is very crazy, this time period came up because in December, it made me think, wow, when was December? That's when Benny was down in Rogersville. That's when Molly and Justin and them were all down there for the first time, right? I think it was. I don't know if Justin went the first time they went or the second time. I forget. But what I thought was really crazy about this timing is she told me that when Dawn came to see her in December, that, you know, she had been already, she was stuck there at this place, had no way to get a hold of anybody, and she wanted out of there. And she convinced Dawn during one of their sessions to drive her to towards, forget the town. I know I want to say it was Sullivan County. I think it was a McDonald's. Because she didn't want him to take her right to her family's house or wherever she was going. But this was in December. And what's odd about this is Benny mentioned how Dawn took off to Knoxville while he was there and came back. He was like fucked up out of his mind, like that he looked like he had been using crack because he had black on his lips, on his jeans. It looked like he had, you know, been wiping, like it just, there's some signs, and yeah, it looked like he was just acting like that he was on crack. And I talked to Benny because I wanted to ask him. I asked him some questions, and it was crazy the stuff he was saying because I mentioned a name and he had heard the name before. But I said she said that one of the things that stuck out to her during that ride is that she had been putting makeup like on her face because she had bruises, I guess, from this guy who who was basically like a pimp, I guess. And I suppose, okay, so supposedly Don had said to her, like, he shouldn't do that to you. Like, that's really messed up. You should kill him. Or, you guys should kill him because he shouldn't do you like that. And she said, I couldn't do that. Like, I'd go to prison. And he was like, well, he supposedly said, well, I know people who have been missing for a long time that were put in sewage tanks and have never been found to this day. Then he said, better yet, what was it? It was a sewage tank or a septic. He said, better yet, a septic tank. That'd be better. He said, I've known people that have been missing for years who have not been found to this day that were put in sewage tanks. And he said that when they're in there, it decomposes the body quicker. So it's like, wow. This isn't anything it hasn't been held that long, guys. This was just a couple days ago sent to TBI. It's a lot, but when I was told that when I was told that there was a man that was there a few times that came with Dawn, I asked if they knew the name. And they didn't know the name. He had wore a baseball cap. I was told the vehicle was either the newer red vehicle or there was a navy blue, like a bluish, like SUV type, like a 4Runner, like an SUV type. And I said, oh, you sure it was blue? I mean, and she had been using drugs a lot at the time, but I wanted to know if the person that was with Dawn was Andy. And I sent pictures over, and she confirmed that, yes, that's who I saw there a few times. And actually, when there was a period of time when Dawn wasn't coming as much, and that supposedly Andy was going there more often. And then I sent a picture of a Kia Soul, the silver one, there's what it looked like. And she said, that looked like the vehicle. That was the type of vehicle but she said she thought it was a blue color though. However, it was nighttime, usually nighttime, and one of the time when she had seen that vehicle, it was also raining. But supposedly, I don't know. This is the stuff I said. I said immediately. Obviously, I have to turn this stuff in because, I mean, if this is true, I mean, the stuff that was being said, it was weird. She mentioned some. Um, I don't know. You wouldn't think somebody would make up stuff like that, but then again, there's that person that called Benny who, said that horrible thing that happened this summer, and it was totally just not true. Like, it went into detail. I mean, it was absolutely horrible. Which I knew couldn't have been true because there would have been blood and there would have been evidence with that situation. But supposedly that December when she finally got away from that, like, I guess Don was like kind of freaking out. He's like, oh, he's gonna kill me for bringing you away or taking you away from here. But another thing that she had mentioned to me is that he didn't mess like with kids at all. Like, he didn't want kids around. If the women were pregnant, he would make them have abortions. He didn't want anything to do with kids, and that she didn't feel like that there was any way that he had anything to do with Summer. But I was kind of wondering, since Don, took one of his girls away from there. And the thing is, too, I'm just like, I don't know what Don told him, like, when he went back, because he was fronted. Supposedly, he was fronted. He would go there, having been fronted a lot of stuff, and then come back, bring the money for that, be fronted more, go sell it. And supposedly, when one other thing that was crazy that was said is supposedly on taking her, like, on his way back, they stopped at a housing addition that was not like developed, and they stopped in one of the houses that were not done and did drugs at one of the houses for a few hours because he had been fronted a bunch of crack, which is weird because it kind of matches what Dawn was saying about being the crack fairy and handing out all this crack. And then it also matches what Benny was saying about Dawn coming back all fucked up. So I was like, oh my God, when she mentioned the house, like, I'm like, I bet that was one of the houses he was working on, because that also, I mean, we've heard that Dawn stayed the night there was a period where Dawn was spending the night at a house that he was working on. When he thought, for some reason, when he thought CPS was coming, is what we were told. I don't know. Well, Don admitted that he's been in front of dope a lot of times. That he used to get dope out of Mexico. But supposedly this guy, because she says that supposedly Don knows him from prison, but I don't know how that would be, because Don hasn't been to prison, I don't think, since the 90s, so that I know of. And unless it could have been something that he kept in contact with, because this guy was in prison for, supposedly, she says, that she thinks to do with somebody being killed, like manslaughter or obviously he's out, so. But I need to find this motel. But I don't even know where to start. Because if I can find a motel owned by the name I was told, it's like one of those, no name, motels, like No Tell Motel. Like, just, I guess it didn't look real run down, like at the front of it. It looked decent on the front. But the back side is like where all the stuff would be going down. And she claimed that the whole 10 months that she was there, that she didn't see police come back there even once. It was actually 2 stories, but by looking at the front, I guess she says it only looks 1 story. And the customers, which she said would only be maybe 1 person a week or 1 or 2 a week, would stay in the rooms, were given the rooms in the front. And that actually the girls involved in this whole thing, like there was 2 I guess Hispanic girls that were trusted they were given a little bit more privilege, I guess, supposedly, and were a lot, like, would clean the rooms. But supposedly pills would be pressed in there in this place. Meth cooked, crack cooked. But yeah, it does seem crazy. It gives somebody so much dope, but it makes it, who knows, like, what like usually the deal is like people will, I mean, with that type of amount being given, it's like, you pay it back or else, like, you know what I mean? Um, it's no, like, they don't play around. I guess this guy's like, she's super scared of this guy. And that's why she's not even wanting to talk to law enforcement. And I just was like, I wish she would. Like, it's super important. She just doesn't want to get wrapped up in it, but it's like it's a little girl, you know what I mean? So who knows how he knows. I mean, Don has mentioned how he goes to Knoxville and buys lots of dope all the time. You guys told me that. He has mentioned Knoxville to me more than 1 time. And then we hear Knoxville come up when it comes to Andy. And Don would see many of the girls there, supposedly, but he saw this girl, like, more than once. And that Andy, she never saw Andy because he liked she said he liked black girls. Either he liked this black girl, or he liked the black girls, or he just liked black girls in general. Yeah, I know. Imagine being told this. Why That's why I was live the other day, and I'm like, I answered the phone when she called, and I just gone live. I'm like, man, because I had been trying to get a hold of her because I was trying to hear. I wanted to. The email I got was crazy, but of course you get people tell you stuff all the time. You know what I mean? Like that. That's like people lie so much. Even you wouldn't think somebody would lie when it comes to a something like this, but I mean, as soon as they got talking, I'm like, I'm gonna have to. There's no way I could just like keep this info and not. I mean, that was the first thing I did was contact law enforcement. I don't know. My gut told me like there was things that matched up. But did there was a lot of things that made sense, but you know, it really but did how well did this person follow the case? Like were they really watching it as closely as they or not did they really not know about it until recently or you know what I mean? Like I don't know. My gut felt like it. I'm kind of reading part of the chat, but when I start talking, I kind of look away so I don't get. What was she, my mom asking? Well, that's what I was trying to do is look up these motels in not outskirt Knoxville. So I talked to so I was given a name, okay? And I'm not gonna say the name of the nickname, the Steeler pimp guy, because I don't want to get killed personally. But it obviously did go to TBI, but I asked Benny. I asked him if he knew or if he had heard Don or Candace ever say this name, and I mentioned it. And he said, yes. Candace had mentioned it. How Don would go see this, you know, and then say his name. But that she didn't really know who he was or something like that. And he didn't know, and he was like, I didn't know if I could believe her, but could Benny be like screwing with me? Like when he told me he had heard that before, like the hair stuck up on my arms. I'm like, are you serious? But and he sounded serious as can be, but you know, I don't know. He ended up getting a call. Like I heard his phone like ring. A different. I guess he had two phones on. I don't know. And he answered it, and he was supposed to call back, but he didn't. But he did drop off somebody's panel I guess it was Nicolina's. And he claims that he saw Dawn with a bunch of drugs. I don't know. That Candace had held up a bunch of dope and said and yelled at Dawn to get it off that property, or she was, I don't know, whatever. Supposedly. I'm scrolling up to see what message Shiva Mom was wanting me to see. Why do you keep saying read my text, read my text, read my text? Can't say it in here. Or... I'm not gonna. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. She's just worried about me. TBI already has it. I can't. TBI's had it a couple days. And I didn't say all, but I said what I felt like I could. Like, I mean, could it be? Could it be completely BS? Yeah, because there's a lot of sick people that just make up bullshit. But it just that girl has had contact with a sex worker in Knoxville who Ziggy has had contact with a sex worker in Knoxville who said it was visited by Dawn. No, and was that visited by Andy. Not possibly was. Is what she said. Or what this person said. But it kind of makes me, I don't know. I did think it was, when I got the email, that's what made me, when they mentioned like Knoxville, it immediately made me think about how Don always mentioned Knoxville. The email mentioned Knoxville. And that's why, and then I remembered Well, Andy supposedly would go to Knoxville also. The email I got was before, though, that I mentioned that. But it just like, I don't think though, I don't think that this place, whatever is going on in Knoxville, I don't think it has to do directly with why Summer's missing. I don't feel, that's just my theory, or what I believe. However, I think it could be indirectly related. Like, that's where, I mean, we've got Jody Sue now saying that Andy would sell drugs over on 110. I don't know if it's true, but before that, way back in November, October, I was told that by that source I had who I just lost, that Andy and Jody Sue were being investigated for drug activity. I mean, I've been told about Jody Sue, and Andy's like, that they're being looked into by law enforcement for a long time by a pretty, like, somebody that I really trust, that I really believe, that I knew were who they said they were. How were they exactly getting certain info? I don't know, because it wasn't like Wyatt was telling a lot of this stuff. He's a kid. No, you're not over worrying. You're not over worrying. Because I kind of was like, I even caught myself there, and it's like, because I almost had, that's the thing. It's like, how do I get somebody, how do I help, or how do I have people help me figure out what motel this is? Surely, like, law enforcement would know. I don't think you're over worrying at all. I mean, we're talking about somebody who supposedly was in prison for murder or something where, like, that. Something where they weren't, and they were able to get a chance. I mean, if you got 25 years, there are people who get 25 years on a murder charge, and, you know. The one thing though that didn't sound, so a lot of stuff matched, and, you know, it was freaking me out and sound very plausible, very possible. But one thing I don't know about is the whole, like, her saying she thinks that they met in prison. But was that something that she thinks, like, or something that, you know, she feels she knows because she was told by one of them? Or did Don say it and what just was dishonest about how he met this guy? And another thing, okay, there was two things, I guess, that to me, I didn't think sounded right. The whole meeting in prison, because it would have been a while since Don would have been in prison. I mean, unless he somehow just like kept in contact with somebody he met from there who was still in after he left and just got out like, I don't know, a few years ago or something. And then the other thing that had me questioning is hold on. What was the other thing? I had it in my there's one other thing that I was thinking didn't sound really exactly right to me. Shit, of course. I mean, the reason why I believed it, or I believe it's easy for me to believe because that just fits in like with pretty much what I thought happened anyways. I don't know. I just don't like to, of course, I always feel like I have to share everything, but that's basically all I'd be able to share. And that's all, I mean, it's really mostly all of it, except, just specific, like, nicknames and stuff, stripper names and stuff like that. So, which, you know, so pretty much, like, I wish I could freaking think of the one other thing that I thought didn't seem that kind of was like I didn't think was correct. Yes, I did, Sheba. Everybody knows my phone calls are automatically recorded. But I wouldn't be able to play it on here. No, yeah, she is very grateful for Dawn for getting her away from that. Oh, I know what the other thing that didn't seem likely to me is like this girl was terrified of Dawn, or not Dawn, of this guy who is basically like a pimp drug dealer. And she used the opportunity to have, because she had, kind of built a little bit of she had kind of got to know Don a little bit because he'd been there, seen her. He had used her services a few times and I guess she built up enough courage to ask him for a ride out of there. And the thing that makes me think maybe that's hard to believe is like if Don was okay, supposedly when Don took her out of there, he also got a large he came there with a debt that he paid and he left there with a large amount of supposed dope, supposedly $3,000 worth. He came there with $2,000 debt, then was supposedly fronted $3,000. And this was done every like 2 to 3 weeks. However, what kind of made me feel like, okay, I don't know about that. Or is how would Don would have to come back to pay him. So how would Don explain this girl that he didn't bring back? Like, you know what I mean? And I guess that was something that he brought up, is like, oh, he's gonna be really mad at me. And I guess she would try to distract him. But he'd have to come back to pay, because obviously this guy's not just fronting him this large amounts of dope, like, without knowing anything about Don. Like, he would know, he would have to know where he lived and stuff. Like, Don's not gonna just, like, not come back. I guess this guy's like a scary dude. Like, you don't. So how would that play out? You know what I mean? That's what I didn't understand. It's like, that's the part I didn't get. It's like, what would Don say? Did the guy know? Because that's another thing that was said, is supposedly the guy, he wasn't there all the time. Like, he had a family and would go stay with his family. And then when he was gone, supposedly, like, this guy who owned the motel would kind of like keep a watch on things and make sure. I don't know. And then there was also, he had like 2 like runners. I don't know. If the guy didn't stay there all the time, then how would he keep the girls from like taking off? You know what I mean? I mean, except the fact that I guess they wanted to be there because they were addicted, so they would get plenty of drugs. I guess the drugs like move very freely. If it's her real number she contacted me on, like, if it's not I don't know. The person's number that had what I was contacted on was her um was her friends, actually, so I wouldn't really even be able to contact her directly. I don't even know if I'll be able to end up talking to her. The friend is the one that was like, told me all this stuff, like how that she had used to dance, and then her father passed away, and that she's known her all her life. And she was like, I don't know, I wanted to ask you if I should turn this stuff in. I'm like, yeah. She's like, but I don't want to get involved in it. I'm like, I'll turn it in because I have to. I mean, this stuff's crazy. Then I kind of wondered too, it's like, I don't know. I already had a feeling, though, when it was mentioned that Andy was I don't know. I already had a feeling that I had my suspicions about Knoxville. No. It's not the friend that sold her. or traded her for a debt to this guy. No. It's like basically a family friend that's known her like her whole life. Um well, TBI knows everything. I wouldn't tell everybody here, or I didn't even mention everything. I wouldn't mention anything here without TBI knowing first. That's crazy. And the reason why I mentioned it, the main reason why I mentioned part of it here is because I wanted to find out if anybody had like anybody else. Like a lot of times things will come out and people will be like, oh, I, heard something similar, like this video we're about to watch, where stories align and it all like fits together like a puzzle. And plus, the main reason is I wanted to find out, I wanted help figuring out which motel this was. But yeah, no, not everything was put out there. Not the names, nothing. But suppose this is like pretty much the same as like what we already pretty much know as far as Don going off, and he's already admitted to going again dope in Knoxville. We've already heard about prostitutes with Don. We didn't really know. I mean, we knew that Andy was going to Knoxville from Fred. I didn't know they were going together, but I had my suspicions, and that's why I asked and sent the pictures. That's why I also wanted to know if anybody had heard anything about Andy being, having about the whole, like, if he's in, like, had a thing for black girls, if that's something that, how some guys, like, they have, like, a certain type of girl they like. And then the sewage tanks, something came up about sewage or septic tanks, and that's what made me think immediately, like, start talking about it. I didn't hear about the young girls thing. That wasn't mentioned. Nothing about young. I don't know how old first they were. But I'm gonna. I do need to go here in a second, but I want to watch this real quick. I have an appointment today, and I need to get some rest beforehand. So let's watch this. This is Lips. Lips did respond in the time I was trying to wait to see if it was okay if I played this. I was told it was pretty interesting. So this is Lips video. If the mods can help me like drop the channel, and she said I could play it, so that's good. I guess my storytelling gave me time for her to respond. So I guess she kind of added in some stuff with Fred Hill's interview. So this should be interesting.
I mean, maybe my kids are looking at it like, well, maybe God will bring her back, or I don't know. But statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically. And I hate to think that. I love her with all my heart, but only God, you know, if nothing else, you know, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see her in the commandments, if that's the case.
He came and told my dad not less than probably about 2.5 months ago that he had to sacrifice her for the sins that they had committed.
That what?
That he had to sacrifice her for the sins that they had committed.
Summer?
Mm-hmm.
Did that have something to do with the church?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had to sacrifice her to get good in God's graces or something. He told my dad that they had to sacrifice her, which, you know, back in the day, they always had to sacrifice somebody they loved to get their sins washed away or whatever, or the evil away. And that's what he told my father.
With that new church, the SDA thing?
Whatever church they were going to at that time. I think it's that woman, but then again, at Christmas time, I swear to God, I thought I seen Summer. I could still see her, that little girl, to this day. In a cold parking lot, and nobody's ever
when they
looked
made
for her.
Yeah, when they made sacrifice, like did they have to give her to the church, or did they have to like?
I don't know. He said he had to sacrifice her for her sins. I'm guessing that he had to kill her, or they had to kill her. I don't know, but then again, there it comes back that, you know, he was a dope head, he was a cocaine addict, and he was a meth addict, he was a drunk. I mean, he was violent. And then, like I said, in May, when I went over there, I asked her if he had been out on one of his binges, and she said, no, not yet, but I feel like it's coming. He left the same damn night and never came back for a week.
He seems to do that. He kind of did that over Christmas too.
Mm-hmm. He does it a lot.
Wait, what did that just say? What did she say? Was she talking about over Christmas? Because that's what that lady was telling me too, about how it was in December. I'm just gonna rewind it a few seconds. Yeah, this is exactly what Fred told me. Imagine if this, okay, let's say like if it's not true, like if Don was just telling the story, it would be so messed up for Don to be saying this type of story about his daughter who is missing. Like, no, this was, yeah, when was this recorded? This was recorded before I don't know if she put in here like when this was recorded, but it was recorded before my interview with, or my last talk with Fred, which was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think this was before it, because when I played this, Lips told me like Marlena told her exactly the same thing.
To do that, he kind of did that over Christmas too.
He does it a lot.
He seems to do that. He kind of
It's coming. He left the same damn night and never came back for a week. He was a meth addict. He was a drunk. I mean, he was violent. And then, like I said, in May when I went over there, I asked her if he had been out on one of his binges, and she said, no, not yet, but I feel like it's coming. He left the same damn night and never came back for a week.
he seems to do that. He kind of did that over Christmas too.
He does it a lot. But nobody knows who his dealer is down there, though. But like a lot of people said, if you get mixed up in the cartel and owing people a lot of money, they'll make you give up on your kids, or they'll kill your whole family. And where Summer was blonde hair and blue eyes, I wouldn't bet that for a minute. I'm from Beach Creek, and I know from a fact, kids don't disappear down there. They never have.
Marlena, her father, Don, supposedly, this is coming from Marlena's father. Marlena's father was telling me that Don had come to him and was talking about they had sacrificed Summer to do away with her sins and stuff. I got another one. But anyway, see, he passed away now. I mean, nobody can question him about it, you see.
When did he pass away?
Huh?
When did
He had a massive heart attack back, seemed like it was February, end of February.
So just recently?
In the bed or in the bathroom about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Did he do drugs or anything? Coke?
He used to years ago, but he got in church and stuff and straightened his life out and stuff. He was battling cancer and first one thing others, but he just went in remission, I reckon, and stuff. He still had a lot of health issues and stuff.
What's his name?
Rick Crawford was his name.
And he told you, like,
he was talking about that Don had come up there. They used to paint and stuff together, work together and stuff, and probably run coke and everything back in the day. Way I was taking something to make ass of myself. But anyway, he's talking about Don had come to him and was, I guess, feeling guilty the way he talked, and was saying that they had sacrificed her to do away with her sin and stuff, and then something about her organ, something about they had taken sold her organs or something other. That was how they had the extra money and stuff around down there at the time. Talking about they wish they hadn't done it and stuff then and stuff. But that's just what I was.
Okay, I'm gonna watch that one more time. That was like really, really good. That was Lips. I love how you put that together. Now, Lips got this interview beforehand because she messaged me. I have a text from her the second she saw this the conversation with Fred a couple weeks ago. She said Marlena told me the exact same thing. But you got to remember too, Ricky Crawford was that girl's father. And Fred has always maintained that Marlena which is the lady that Lips was talking to, is the person that, you know, probably has a lot of answers. Lips, I would love to know if you could find out, if you talked to her, if she was pregnant. She said she got the interview in March, the same week her dad died. If you can find out if she knows about Summer or Candace being pregnant, like right before Summer, she said she doesn't think she was pregnant. Okay. I still like, I still am feel like I really do. I kind of wondered, like, what if it's more? I don't know. Like, if there was, I hate saying this, but I just kind of wonder if Marlena, like, if it's possible that she really was wanting a child, or if she, like, really, I don't know. Or if she had does she have a baby? I don't know. It's just, that's the person I immediately thought when I thought about Candace being pregnant, because Marlena was staying there right before Summer went missing. And I guess she was staying there for like a long time. It made me wonder, like, if she possibly, like, was really wanting, like, a child. I don't know. I kind of let my mind go wild because, you know, how you. CPS has been in Marlena's life forever. She was supposed to adopt one of the Wells kids. No. Candace didn't lie. Or, no. Well, I mean, she looked visibly pregnant when both Fred and his wife told me at separate times about how they went up there, and when they towed that truck that they have at the end of their driveway from Dawn's, that Candace was visibly pregnant. Fred said that he couldn't really tell, like, when she was pregnant, but his wife said that she looked like she was about to have a baby at any time, and that she had kind of looked at her stomach, and Candace had said, "Yeah, I'm pregnant again," kind of like that, and that it was like right before Summer had gone missing. But I probably am gonna go. I'm gonna watch this again though on my own while going to sleep, because I thought that was really good. And if you think the rain's too loud, you could just probably, if you made it in like Canva or something, you could probably just like lower the volume and like re-upload it or something. I don't know. I heard it's still okay though. That's crazy how she mentioned though that Don would leave all the time and nobody knows who his dealer is. But Benny, like, said that Candace acted like she didn't know who Don's dealer was either, but And I said Donnie because that's the name that this person was using, that supposedly that he would go by is Donnie over, in this at this location. But Benny had said that Candace acted like she didn't know who he was going to in Kingsport or in Knoxville, or who his dealer was. But at the same time, she had mentioned something about the person. I had asked Benny if that I mentioned the name, asked if he had ever heard it. And he said, but at the same time, she had mentioned that name before, so I don't know if she was just like bullshit or what. I don't know. Here's the link to this video again. I am gonna go. I have to lay down before my appointment, but I'm gonna watch it when I'm laying down, and I want to see if I missed any. I would please everybody go over there and subscribe to Lips, because she's the only one that's talking to Marlena, and that Marlena is a very important person in this case, even more so than I feel like, even more so than Fred for sure. Probably just as important as Jody Sue and Andy wouldn't be important in it, except I feel like they possibly could have been. I don't think they did something directly, unless, I don't know. See, and then I go back to how Fred said he saw Andy's car. Lips, did she say anything about did Marlena mention anything about Jody Sue and Andy? Well, in her, here's Lips. She has her Cash App and PayPal right here. Under this video. It's Sand Angel without an A. Sand Angel 1 without the A after the S for the Cash App. Plus, it's at this link in her description. But everybody should go listen to. I want to see if I missed any of her, because somebody was asking if I seen her one. I did see one. I might have seen two. But even like I said, even myself, even myself am like, being like kind of, I don't know about that information I was told. I thought they sounded believable, and I wasn't going to take any chances. But, I also thought that person that was contacting Benny sounded like they were believing what they were saying. And that was a whole big, I guess, bullshit joke. I don't even know how to make a joke about that. Okay, so, I I'm gonna post on my community wall today. Let's see, today is Wednesday. When I'm gonna do the, I don't know how I'm gonna do it or what it's gonna. I'm gonna try to think of something. We'll say not this Saturday, but the next Saturday we'll do the fundraiser for Barbie. Her son passed away, and it was just something I offered a while ago to her, and I just want to, do as I said. So that would be the 16th. So I'm going to add that to my, let's see. And I'll post a community post. So we're going to do the 16th of this month. And setting a I'm really not wanting to go to the doctor. Hate it. Watch, I'll probably not even freaking go. One of my clips because they did not arise off YouTube. What's that mean? Because they couldn't go to YouTube and get them? Fred and Jody Sue. I promise you that Fred didn't. He wore a wire on Dawn. Well, I guess I can't say I promise you that Fred didn't have anything to do with it. But I really don't believe that at all. He wore a wire on Dawn. He went into specifics about how that went down, like detailed stories. It's matched exactly. Everything, his story matched exactly with what Marlena said. I mean, and things that he said has been always like just it matched word for what he said months before. Like not word for word, but it was just like the same thing. But yeah, he was the only suspect, I guess if you want to call him suspect, that I know who has helped law enforcement. And sorry, I'm opening this package here. And like he said, he told law enforcement, he goes, I'll help you with this, but you better not ask me to do anything else. All right, guys. Was he supposed to tell me that? I don't know. I asked him about the whole thing about if he wasn't supposed to tell me about the thing about Dawn's or about the Andy being seen on Ben Hill, and he goes, yeah, kind of what. He did say that there was things that they asked him not to tell people. But it would make sense that, like he didn't tell me. He had known in January that he had recorded Dawn, but he didn't tell me then. I mean, of course, Dawn was out of jail then, so that's probably why. I don't know. And also, like, I don't know, maybe it's just safe I don't know why he decided this time to, but at that point he had already done that. It was several instances. It wasn't just one day. He had did that. The first couple packages that I opened up, so I bought a bunch of stuff from, let's see here, Ulta for resale. And the first couple I opened, because I'll buy several different, like, do several different orders so I get the, like, free gifts, like, several times. And they had, like, the first couple packages, they had, like, sent me, like, extra stuff somehow. I don't know if it was, like, I don't know why, but I was like, okay. I wasn't going to complain. Fred left that day with a car on a trailer, but then helped the guy tow. He wasn't gone that afternoon. He was. Oh, okay. Fred wasn't gone that afternoon. He was in and out of. He was in and out all day. He said. He said he was gonna go to like some. I think he said he was gonna go to some scrap yard or something. But yet he went down there and they were closed, or something, or he had to go back. I don't know. That's how he always is. Like, he's always in and out of there. He's probably in and out of there more than anybody else back there. Because he doesn't have like really, they don't have real phone service back there and stuff. So no internet. And if he's like wanting to talk to somebody, he's gonna have to go to their house pretty much, or go wherever. I don't know where exactly. I forget where he said he went. That he said it in the interviews, but he said he saw Fred or Andy. It was between 3 and 3:30. And then I listened to the first interview. I heard a clip of my first, I don't know why I say interview. It's not really, well, I guess it kind of was an interview. The first time I talked to him, he mentioned 3 to 3:30. It was exactly the same. He thinks that he does believe that both him and his wife believe that, have always seemed to believe that Jody Sue knows something. I mean, they didn't talk bad about Jody Sue or Andy, but they did seem to tell. You weren't sure she was telling the truth. Yeah, and I don't know this Ricky guy, like, how, that's why I asked him, I'm like, how, like, believable is this guy? I mean, he's not alive anymore. How was he? But he told his daughter the same story. Sounds like pretty word for word. So I don't know. I mean, if that's something that was hearsay, so it's not a reflection on Marlena or Fred. It has to do on Ricky, but we don't know how reliable his word is. I don't know. I'm just I don't think I would. I don't think that's correct. So I just don't think it's true. And if Don really did say that though, that's crazy that he would come up. I don't think that's really what happened. He got the day wrong. I thought that at first that he possibly got the days mixed around. You know, of when he saw Andy, but he was so sure. Both him and I mean, they were just so sure, and that law enforcement knows he was on that road that day. And then we have Jody Sue just saying a couple days ago that he actually wasn't on camera all day and wasn't at work on camera all day. And it's like, what? He said that he seemed like I asked him, he said that he seemed like he didn't, I remember asking Fred what he, like his opinion on Ricky, and he said that he seemed like a pretty, or that what he knew of him was he was seemed like a pretty honest guy, but I can't remember. It's in those recordings on my channel, but he did answer that question because I wanted to know like how. I also want to know if he did drugs or, he said I think he said he didn't think he did drugs. The woman in the video is Marlena Crawford. That's who was like basically staying at the Wells house for, according to Fred, for a while before Summer went missing. Basically, just within days before Summer went missing. And like stayed there like a month or so is what Fred was saying, but it may have not been that long. But like he was saying that that's who people need to talk to is Marlena. Like she was there. She's the one that had her daughter was in that birthday or on that slip and slide and stuff. And that's why it's important to listen to what Libs has on her channel, because she's the only one that's been able to get Marlena to talk, which is, is whose cousin once removed. They're actually real cousins. The Friday before Summer went missing that was just like what, like 5 days before Summer went missing, the birthday thing. And wait, what did you say? What about the once removed? No. Fred is Andy's cousin. I did their little is that what Andy said? No, actually I just saw Andy's thing today and it said that he even said it was his cousin. Yeah, they're cousins, they're second cousins. So Andy's mom is first cousins with Fred. Andy's mom, Polly, her mother is sister and brother with Fred's dad. So Fred's dad, Ronald, is Ronald's sister is Polly's mom, Anna Hill. Polly, Andy's mom, is first cousins with Fred. However, Fred and Andy are obviously, this similar in age. Fred is 45, Andy's 41. So they're second cousins. Andy's grandfather is Ben Hill. Or wait, Andy's great grandfather is Ben Hill. And Fred's grandfather is Ben Hill. So the road that's named Ben Hill is named after Fred's grandfather, his dad's dad. And Ben Hill is Andy's great grandfather, which is Andy's mom's. So her mom's her mom, Polly's grandmother's father is Ben Hill. So anyways, guys, I gotta go. Yep, he did live on that camper by the shed. Andy Paul did. And Fred was not happy with that guy because I guess that guy drugged his daughter when she was 13 and went to confront him, and he was like gone. Oh, thank you, Tennessee. So who is Andy Paul? I need to know who Andy Paul is. Is his name actually Andy Paul or is it Anthony Paul? Because I asked Fred, I said, could his name be Anthony? Because I can't find it, Andy Paul. Now, I think that it might be from Virginia. He said he thinks that this Andy Paul character is in Duffield, Virginia. I was supposed to find out for me, but I don't know. And he hasn't messaged me back for several days, so I don't know. Second cousins are your parents. But you don't get called Andy if you're not. No, Andy's Andrew. Andy's usually short for Andrew. So Andy Paul lived in camper in 2013. Yes. Fred's wife owned a ton of property, right? No. Second cousins are your parents. First cousin. It just matters because Fred is Fred. The thing is, Fred and Paul. No, Fred and it mattered. They had Ben. Okay. Ben Hill had so many kids. He had 11 kids. And two of those siblings, one is Fred's dad, and the other is Polly's mom. So they're Polly, Andy's mother, is first cousins with Fred. Polly's is the mother of Andy. So then she is second cousins with Fred. Unless, they wouldn't also be first cousins. Fred wouldn't be first cousins with Andy as well as his mom, would he? That would be second cousins. I don't know. Anyways, they're pretty close cousins, but Okay, guys. Guys, I gotta go. I will talk to everybody probably tonight. Everybody have a great Wednesday. All right. Talk to you later.